Good. Play some more Kerbal today. We did a decent amount of progress yesterday, although we didn't launch anything new. Well, we did launch one new thing, but I'm still kind of happy with the progress we had. We're back in Kerbal Space Program. If we have a look at our tracking station, we have quite a few things in transit or currently waiting contacts. We launched a car in direction of Minmus. We took on a satellite repair contract. It's coming along quite nicely. We're catching up to it nice and fast. Music is a bit too loud? Alright, I got you. There you go. I'll lower it down a bit. And the other issue was the microphone was a bit too far away from my face. There we go. That should be better. So yes, yesterday we took on a satellite repair contract, and we're catching up to it nice and fast. So we should be able to clear that today. And the Minmus space station is actually coming along quite well. As we were able to plan for our docking module here, now that manure that we have on here that's due in 3 days is basically when we're going to be catching up. So we should have that docking maneuver happen today. So yeah, things are coming along quite nicely. The big problem that we have is, well, we need money. We really need to make money in a hurry. So I've been looking at contracts I can grab. I've been looking at the administration building as well. So even now, I'm sacrificing rep. I'm sacrificing science for more money, because I need to get that research station upgraded. I need to get that R&D building upgraded in a hurry. I wish I could do that in this game. Wish I could do... Look, let me launch some spy satellites for a regime of some kind. I need money. Well, I do need money in real life, but that's another story altogether. So, okay. That contract here, I could probably take right now. It says, Analyze surface sample from Minmus's pole on Minmus space station. So I gotta go to the pole, grab a surface sample, bring it back to the space station. I've got a car currently in transit between Kerbin and Minmus. So that just means the car has to land on the pole. Simple as that. And it's 200 grand when I complete it. Yep, taking that. Place a relay satellite in orbit with lots of dishes in orbit around Kerbin. What is that? Apoapsis, periapsis, inclination 0 degrees. So basically full on equatorial, and at that height it's probably geostationary. Antenna rating at least 900G. That thing is gonna be massive. 900G. It is indeed geostationary. But it's a lot of money. That's damn near 1 million credits by itself. Launching a thing that's worth 900G in terms of comms is going to be demanding and probably very expensive. Yes, but I don't have RA100s unlocked. Do I? Maybe I do. I should check. Let's check. Let's check what it would require to achieve 900G right now. Yeah, the best thing I got right now is 15G. So for 900, that would be monstrous. Because I don't have the RA100 unlocked. It's part of a higher tier of research. See, I got the RA25 here and the RA100. Well, that one is 500G by itself. So only 2 of these big boys would do it. That's why it's worth so much for that mission, yeah. So the best I have is 15. So that would be, and I mean, it did say lots of antennas. So with the parts I have right now, that would require That would require 60 of my best dishes that I have available right now. 60. That is massive. What if I could... Let's just workshop some ideas here. What if I could kind of build an array of them? Yeah, that's where it's worth so much, but if I can pull it off, it's a lot of money. Alright, here. No, I want one of these. Okay. How much of these relays can I fit on one of these girders? Because maybe I can build a pattern here. Maybe there's something. Or 15s. Okay, so I can probably fit. I could probably fit like 8. If I do. That would still, yeah. They're kind of clipping. Looks pretty bad. But technically I could fit 8. Maybe just with these little... There we go. Kind of like that, just to space them out a bit. That's still just as bad. I can kind of... There you go. At that point, it looks decent. So... With that, I have 8 on one of these girders. If I move, let's say that, just up a bit. Oh. Okay, maybe I could save on some parts here by dropping one of these strut parts. And just kind of wedging around this a bit. Good morning, Slav. How you doing? Ah, they went inside. Let's just Control Z. Okay. That one goes away. Just drop it on top for now. Why is it not letting me? It keeps colliding in places I don't want it to. This is very annoying. I could arguably do something like that. What am I making? The biggest communications array in history. Because if I can pull it off, it's gonna make me a lot of credits. And I really need a lot of credits right now. I mean, that would definitely be spaced out enough. It's gonna look goofy as hell. And it's gonna save me on the number of parts. If I just throw that there, then these I can get rid of. And that I could try to reproduce here. Okay. So I could technically kind of sequence this in a way. That's a very wide payload though. I don't know. I don't like that. It's too big. It's too wide. If I could fit these 8 dishes. If I could fit these 8 dishes in a way that is a lot smaller, because I'm gonna need a fair amount of these patterns here. So, and that's very likely gonna need to be, I want to be able to launch as many of these antennas at once as I possibly can, without them clipping through each other. Seems to be my biggest issue here. Maybe that's nice and compact. That's nice and compact. And it's not clipping. Okay. Any way I could reproduce that. But a bit lower. Let's grab one of these 1x1s again. Stick it there, but I'm gonna try to kind of bump it through here like that. Okay. That is, I would tend to say that is a very, very compact way of packing up a lot of antennas at once. Game? Why can I not? Why is the game not letting me? rename it. Okay, I'll drop it as a sub-assembly, I guess. That should do. I'm guessing it's because I don't have a decoupler or something. I don't understand why it's not letting me use it as a sub-assembly. Selected part is not attachable. Oh! Okay, yeah. My shenanigans of moving the plate in here. Actually made it go wrong. Okay, so I can't do that. No, not action groups. It's that plate that's making it go wrong. Okay. Guess I'm going back to these kind of struts. Stick them like that-ish. What the hell? Just... Okay. That looks... not terrible. Especially if I can grab the strut behind it. No, not everything, just that. There we go. Because then, yeah, then it kind of moves a bit. Just like that. And I think that's actually... No. I think that's actually better than having a plate like this. Because that means through, but I can kind of move them down a bit. Okay. And now that here. No, not that here is now stackable. So now I could drop that as a sub-assembly. We'll just call it the comp stack for now. If I throw like a small little girder like that, so now that stacks, and now suddenly I have 16 of those. So if I can find a way to launch 4 of these stacks in a geostationary orbit, Okay. It's only 6 tons. I've launched much heavier payloads. Times 4? So that would be... It's not even 6 tons. It's 5.5. So... 5.5 tons. That means 22-ish. 23 tons of payload, because I would need 4 of these big stacks. So the problem is not weight. The problem is having enough space to fit that. Okay, so that's the next problem we're attacking, is trying to fit 4 of these on a single ship. I've got launchers that can launch 20 tons. We've been able to do that. That's a lot of antennas, yeah. So to have, by my calculation, I need 60, not 16, 60 antennas for that contract, if I take it. That's a stack of 16. So if I have 4 of these, that's not only enough, I have a bit extra. So I might be able to pull it off with 3.5 plus a couple of extra antennas on the engines or something. Okay. Let's see if we could figure something out here. Probably gonna need one of those at the bottom as a mounting point, is my guess. So I'm not gonna be able to use like a standard quadcoupler like this, because it's too wide. These things are too wide. So I'm gonna need to go bigger. So, no, actually, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to grab this whole thing. I should reroute this whole thing to this. Good morning, DDD. Oh, we got ads on Twitch right now. So, I don't know if DDD's on ad break or not. No ads. All right, gotcha. Basically, we're trying to make, you know, just like yesterday, we're trying to make money. And there's a contract that would require for me to send out an array of like these relay antennas are, you know, antenna ratings of 15G. What that contract would require is 900G of comms on a single ship. 900G of comms on a single ship in geostationary orbit over Kerbin. So I'm trying to see how I can fit that many antennas in the most compact space possible. And then evaluating how heavy that stuff is. By offsetting them by 45 degrees, I mean, you're not wrong. That would allow me to put more on one of these stacks. That's actually a solid, yeah, that's a pretty solid idea, I'll grant you that. So, let's say these guys here. Allow a shorter stack. I mean, I'm looking at every space-saving option right now. So if I do it like there. So I'll just, yeah, for now I'll just kind of move that away. Just have a bit of space here. If I can have like a repeatable pattern, that'd be even better, because then I could just use it as a sub-assembly and stack it up quite a bit. I'm gonna move that. That looks terrible. What the hell happened? Nope, that's one too much. That doesn't look awful. Okay. So if I do, no, not actions. It doesn't, well, it does allow a slightly shorter stack, but what I'm saving here is negligible, really. And it makes for a fatter stack. I kind of have to make more space around it. Because from my calculation, I need 60 of these. I need 60 dishes to fulfill the contract. So that's, you know, we're getting on the ridiculous side of things. Let's be honest. I mean, this is not horrible. Yeah, it would make for a slightly shorter stack, I think, because I could kind of move these down a bit. Like that. And then if I redo that same pattern, I could probably just get rid of that spacer I have here. It's, I mean, it would save a bit of weight. Potentially, but take that away. Okay, just dump that and then just take that piece. Why are you not letting me clone that? Oh is it because it's considered the root of the ship? Yeah, it is. Alright, let's just reroute. I'm going to reroute from that to this. There we go. Now I want to clone this. Yeah. And now everything's clipping through each other. So I need a spacer. Okay. I was hoping to get rid of the spacer. Well, that spacer's a bit much. Don't really have anything shorter I could use. Because those cubic struts are tiny. Alright, Fricks, I'll see you later. So offsetting them is not really going to do much here. And from my calculations, I would need 4 of these big stacks to fit in on a single ship. In order to fulfill the contract. Okay. So I already have that as a sub-assembly, pretty sure. Yeah, I have the shorter comm stack here, just a stack of 8 like that, as a sub-assembly. So I can mess around with that. I'm wondering here. Nah. Sadly, it was worth messing around with. But I don't think I can take on this contract and make it profitable, despite how much money it pays. Basically, the problem that I have is I need money to upgrade my R&D, but I need better R&D. Like, I wanted that contract to make more money to upgrade the R&D. But the problem is the antennas I have access to right now are not good enough. So I need better antennas, for which I need better R&D, for which I need to upgrade this. This is turning into a chicken and egg problem. So that contract is not going to be viable. It's that one thing here. It was that one thing here. So if I could have like it's 500 grand though. It's not enough. I need just enough. I need a bit more. With the advance, with the advance plus a couple more contracts, I might be able to pull that off. The actual completion is not that much, but the penalty if I don't complete it is gigantic. It's $1.5 million. And here it's an RA-25, so instead of 60 antennas, now it would fall down to 36. It's 900G. So with RA-15s, I calculated I needed 60 dishes. Not 16, 60. These are 25. I would need 32 of these big 25 dishes. Like, this is huge. This is very big. I would definitely not be able to pull that off in a single launch. That's a given. I would have to have, like, the big stacks we were messing around with before in the VAB. I would have needed 4 of those to complete the contract. So, but even then, like, those stacks were not that expensive. If I could launch like 2 of them at once, I would still make a decent amount of money if I could pull it in 2 launches and kind of dock them together. That would be a nightmare to maneuver, though. But yeah, as much as I need money, I don't think this is the way. Infrared that looks. Let's start exploring Eve. I'm considering it. I'm considering it for sure. New vessel unmanned, 4 million meters. Meters, inclination 0 degrees, so that's perfectly equatorial. Completion, that would give me 130 grand-ish, because I have some stuff in the administration building where I'm sacrificing reputation and science to make more money right now, because I'm producing science hand over fist in the science labs. So that'd be 130 grand, but I'm getting nothing in advance. But that doesn't look overly difficult here. I don't need a huge payload for this. I need an infrared telescope, a comm antenna, some solar panels, a couple batteries, and that's it, really. For 130 grand, I could profit on that one. Yes, I'm taking that. That's for sure. Turbo stationary. That one has a lot of things. What is that? So it's just a flyby of Eve. But I get nothing in advance. That should be doable. I would have to check when my next window... I'll have to check when my next window to Eve is. Orbital study from orbit of the moon. I don't know. Okay. These, because I have the rover on my way. Okay, but it's specific points. Okay, these are not fun. They're worth a lot of money, though. They could be quite far apart. You're right on that. It's very, very low orbit here, so I wouldn't be able to just stay there. The tourists ones is really kind of what I'm looking at now. 3 tourists to low carbon orbit. 75 grand. I could pull that off pretty easily. I could pull that off for pretty cheap. Yeah. I can do that one for sure. One tourist to visit Minmus Space Station. I mean, these two are worth a lot of cash. And I can easily reach these things. I've got good... And I'm pretty sure I already have a mission where I would need to dock to the moon space station, do like a mystery goo experiment, and then bring it back to Kerbin. Like, it has to be recovered. It can't be transmitted. So I could pull that off at the same time as this thing. Bring a tourist with a mystery goo, dock it on the station, run the thing, stay there for 4 hours, and then fly back. Yeah, that one I can absolutely do. Easy peasy, and even combine. That's another 200 grand. My launch vehicle to get to the station is a lot cheaper than that. So that's a profit. Yes. Investor tour. What is that? Tour the waypoints in order. Space lane hangar. I mean, I've got a car. I got a car that can sit 4. That's worth nothing though. It says prestige exceptional, but I get 1 rep? What the hell is that? Yeah, that's a scam. That's absolutely a scam. Not even... Sheesh, that's a lot of people. But the cost... Okay, so that mission here... I'm guessing that mission here is mostly just about "14 tourists into a long-term orbital training facility. Some will... Okay, so that's a way to get free new... Yeah, that's a way to get free new Kerbals, because hiring costs are actually starting to go up quite a bit. So I am not against considering this one. It's 14 tourists. I need at least 1. That's level 2, so that could be Jeb. And then just bring all of these. So there's something there. Mid-Misses Midlands with 12 tourists. That's a decent amount of money. That's a pretty good amount of money. But I need to land. Okay. Same thing for this. Moon's Midlands. The Moon... Wait. Moon's Midlands with 3 tourists. Gives me basically the same amount. It's an extra 50 grand to bring 8 more people. But the Moon's gravity is a lot higher, so I need a much beefier vehicle. Okay. Northern Mountains. That's a suborbital flight. If I could just line it up. Above 70 kilometers. That's a lot of money. Yeah, screw it. I'll take it. I'm not gonna take another. I know there's a second one, but I'm not gonna take a second one yet. Because I want to see where that waypoint is. Where is it? Is it that one? Northern Mountains. Yes. Okay. So it's basically on the other side of the planet. Yeah, because that's where KSC is. You got a stupid idea and I have to try making it? I feel you on that one. Okay, so as long as I go suborbital and fly there to the northern thing, and that I'm still so I just go to orbit, line up the orbit, and go suborbital as soon as I'm flying above that. Yeah, that shouldn't be too hard. That shouldn't be too hard. Okay. Let's have a look at that particular one here. Okay, 3 tourists into low Kerbin orbit. I could do that fairly easily. Yeah, I just gotta be careful about who. Okay, it's these 4. That is blah blah blah, and it's 4 of them. So just a big old can, really, with these 4 stuffed in, would be perfectly fine. So if I throw a cupola or a pilot, and than just one of these. Stuff the tourists in there. And then I just have to get this thing to orbit and back down. That's fairly simple. In fact, that's actually so simple, I'm gonna keep it off. I'm gonna keep it for off stream. Jaha, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, I have actually taken quite a lot of contracts that are fairly simple. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do here is I want to do Kerbin. With your tech level, base KSP, can I make a craft to get 23 tourists to min-miss for both of the contracts? If you can pull it off, I'm not against it. Like, if you can pull it off, I'll give you a way for you to send me the craft file, and I'll find a way to fly it on stream. The restriction is, I've got basically everything under 500 cost. Only thing I don't have unlocked yet is the heavy landing, but I can, like, if you need that heat shield, I can unlock it easy. I have enough science, and the rest is just the plane parts. I don't have any plane parts unlocked right now, but I'm okay with buying them if need be. But yeah, if you can pull off getting 23 tourists, then go right on ahead. Yeah? Yeah, because we need to bring these people back. That's kind of the thing. Now, I wanted to check, because we're on day 120. There we go. 100 kilometers. Initial orbit, 100 kilometers. Yeah, sure. Why not? I'll plot it. Kerbin to Eve. Yeah, departure date is in about a year-ish. External command seats inside service bays. I mean, it's a good way to stack a lot of people in very little space. So, yeah, that's certainly a way to do it. Add alarm for that, I think. It's still giving me a good amount of details here, so that's good. I'm happy with that. Giving me a transfer window here on the alarm for Eve. So the flyby Eve contract here, I have, you know, about a year to get ready for that, which is quite good. Let's go ahead and design very quickly little ship for this. So probably just gonna throw like heat shield on that. And a couple parachutes, and then just stick a launcher under this and go, really. This is nothing, this is really nothing exceptional. I'll just throw a couple of passive solar panels here. That and a couple parachutes, and then that should mostly cover it. There we go. A couple drogue chutes, a couple parachutes. That's easy enough here for a re-entry vehicle. That'll contain all the tourists that we need. Do I even have a 2.5 launcher ready? Yeah, that's way overkill. This thing is way overkill. I'm not gonna do that. Okay, so let's just make something fairly simple here. I'll need some decouplers. TD25 right there. Throw big old Rokomax, probably a skipper engine. Just that by itself would be enough. Just that by itself would actually be enough. I'll just throw a friggin' reaction wheel on here like that, and maybe some winglets for atmospheric maneuverability, and that's it, really. That's, yeah. All I need is to put these three in orbit and then come back down. So, low Kerbin orbit, above 75, Shelcott, Kurgar, and Sigram Kerbin, and I need to recover them, and they need to be in orbit for an hour. I technically don't even need a pilot. I could just stick a probe core on top of this thing, and I'd be fine. So I could make this even easier. If I reroute here, I'm going to temporarily reroute to that. Throw that away. Stick that command pod on top. Stick the 3 tourists in there. And throw a freaking probe core on top. And one of these. Like a tiny little Octo 2 and an avionics cone. It looks ridiculous. But that's all I need, really. I'm only ever going to go to the low curb in orbit. I don't need anything exceptional here. Because it's a probe core, I'm going to need... I'll throw a couple solar panels just to make sure. Even just these tiny 4 things should be more than enough. Maybe an extra battery. Put a battery under that. Like a Z1K. Look at that. It looks stupid and ridiculous. But even with just a little yes, I definitely need parachutes, but other than that, like, this is as straightforward as it gets. I need something. I don't want something that fat. One of these, maybe. Yeah, that's better. It looks stupid, but I honestly don't care. Just get these guys to orbit and back, and that's it. So, parachutes. Like, throw just a couple drogues, a couple radial mounts. Got a heat shield already. Big engine. 4,000 meters per second. Okay. Who are the 3? Shelkot, Kurgar, and Sigrun. So these are the 3 I gotta put in there. You, and I'm guessing, no, not Valentina, you. In there. I piloted from here, so I'll just reroute from that to that. Yeah, screw it. I'm not even gonna bother naming this thing. It's not even worth it. That's a 20 grand launch for, I believe, 150 grand contract. Something like that. There we go. Oh wow, Kurgar. Kurgar is a mustachioed friggin' hero. Look at this dude. What a champ. Alright, here we go. We're going that way. Yeah, I might have been a bit ambitious with the gravity turn. But actually the winglets compensate for it quite nicely. There we go. Now that we're out of the lower atmosphere, we're actually pretty safe. go. 100K. Boom. Boom. Doesn't even need to be that high. Do I have another 1,000 in the tank? Okay. I was too ambitious with the gravity turn here. I lost too much time in the lower atmosphere. So I got cocky on this launch. I should not have done that. Let's give it, yeah, 10 degrees-ish. Now, why am I even bothering to do that? If I fly straight up for the first part of the atmosphere, I got plenty of fuel. No, I'm gonna stick a Kerbal Engineer on that just to make sure I'm good. I keep forgetting to do that. I'll just stick one of those on the back of the pod here. Yeah, I wasted a ton of fuel with that gravity turn, so. It says, oh, okay, so I don't actually have 4,000 Delta V. I got 3,500. That should still be enough. Because obviously in the VAB it doesn't count the weight of the Kerbals. It doesn't count the weight of the tourists. Yeah, 40 more ISB in vacuum. You're completely right. There you go. And now just let it turn. Should be a lot smoother and waste a lot less fuel. I should have just enough fuel for this, so this is fine. Let's just stick that right there. That gives me, what, about 250 Delta V worth of fuel just to come back down. That's more than enough. There we go. Oh, I needed to have a pilot. God damn, okay. I didn't see that. For some reason, I completely zoned out on that. I didn't think it needed a pilot. So my first idea was actually better. So I need to carry 4 Kerbals, including a pilot. Cool. These fit two seats each. So, that would do. That would do. Two, three, and I'll throw Valentina in there. And I did check that it was these 3. Shalcott, Kurgar, Seagrim, at least 1 pilot, orbit, 75 for 1 hour. just to make absolutely sure that we have enough fuel. I'll throw just a couple of externals. 45s here. Just for a tiny bit of extra oomph at the beginning. And because I have stage recovery, I can actually recover these things, so I might as well. Actually, you know what? The top one, the top one I'll make a drogue chute. And then have like 2 of these here. Honestly, that should be enough. Drop that right there, and then I'll just throw one of these on there. Boom. Here we go. This is actually overkill, but I'm still making a decent profit off of this, so I'll run with that. There we go. We got Valentina in there. Let's have a good look at the contract before I launch, just to make sure I didn't forget anything else. Pilot, 3 passengers. These 3. Seagrim, Shelka. Yeah, it's these 3. Yep, that looks about right. Here we go. Good morning, Flies Alto. How you doing today? Throwing another follow just to... You're doing that every time just to make the sound play, don't you? Maybe. Just maybe. Oui, ça va. Oui, ça va. Je vais très bien. I was able to sleep decently well, which is exceptional for me. I tend to have really bad insomnia, so I'm actually quite happy right now. Nice progressive gravity turn here. Nothing particularly exceptional. Nope, I just shifted to orbit prograde here. Still works. we go. 100 kilometers up. External boosters recovered. Easy peasy. If I had just read the contract properly, I'd have that money already. Let's just make sure we're out of atmosphere before I pivot the ship. There we go. Point this thing at the maneuver node. Batteries are nice and full. 30-second burn. Yep, easy peasy. Didn't even bother to name this ship. And it's qualified as a lander for some reason. Oh, because I used the lander can as a control station. Probably why. And here we go. Is it not a lander? Well, technically, yeah. It doesn't have landing legs, but it is a lander. In it, yeah, by most definitions, it is. It's got a heat shield, and it can land. So, got a heat shield and parachutes. That's basically the extent of it. There we go, 98 by 104. Boom, good enough. Tourists into orbit. Now we let the timer run, really. So once that timer runs out, we're good. I see ads over on the Twitch side right now, so I'm just gonna let these guys fly for now. Okay, so same thing as the other one, except we need, same thing as the other one, except we need one extra person. So I'll just throw a cupola on top of that. Can you give me more ads? I mean, I would usually run 90 seconds of ads every half hour. And the only reason why I do that is so you guys don't get pre-rolls when you click on the channel. So, you know, there's a few channels on Twitch, well, a lot of channels on Twitch, that when you join them, you get like 10 ads in a row. I don't want that to happen. So, because I don't want that to happen, I run ads regularly every half hour instead. Because that's the two options that Twitch gives. Okay, so now I can fly 5 people. Agable, Titus, Magni, Shepical. So, there we go. Bill and Bob are not going in there. Where the hell's Jebediah? Well, not having a pilot right now is a bit of a problem. Hold on a second. Where the hell is Jebediah? Nah, he's not dead. He's got to be in space right now. I would have remembered if he died. I would remember if he died. Oh, he might be on the satellite repair mission. I'm guessing he's on the satellite repair mission. Satellite repair unit. I'm guessing he's the one flying our engineer there. I could hire a new pilot, or I could just kind of wait out the first flight for Valentina to come back. Yeah, there's Jebediah. He's right here. Or I could just wait out the first flight to come back down and then send Valentina back out, which is also entirely viable. Mostly because hiring a new pilot is going to be well over 100 grand at this point. So if I can save that money, I will. That's why the space camp mission thing to get new Kerbals for very, very cheap is definitely something I'm considering right now. Just to get a bunch of Kerbals with no hiring fees. Alright, so let's go back to that untitled craft and just wait out the contract and fly back down. There we go. Here we are. So now I'm just gonna climb more forward a bit until the contract tells me. There we go. There it is. Yeah. You know what? Point this thing. I'm gonna point this thing to normal just so the. Nah, batteries are fine, so. I'll still do it just to make absolutely sure the solar panels have full view. But even if I don't need to, I'd rather not chance it. Because we do have Valentina in there. She can still control the ship. Now, another 20 in-game minutes or so. There we go. So now just recover the Kerbal. So point this thing to retrograde and let's just come back down. I'm gonna wait a bit because I'd rather splash down than land if I can help it, because I don't have landing legs. So I'm going to warp to about here. And then we're going to start decelerating a bit. There we go. I'm going to go fairly slow just to make sure we re-enter atmosphere, but I really want to try to splash down either here or there, so... $40 kilometers? 40 kilometers should be good enough. I'll burn the rest of the fuel once I'm closer to the spot I want to drop down, so. That spot's basically now. That should do quite nicely. Yeah, now we're basically guaranteeing a splashdown, which is exactly what I wanted. And we're officially in atmosphere, so I'll just time warp a bit. Then just kind of burn the rest of my fuel, really. There we go. That's it. That's the extent of the whole thing. There we go. Heat shield doing work. I'm totally okay with even physics warping through this. At the speed we're going, we're totally safe. Go. No, just gotta be careful for parachute deployment, which is gonna be 2,500. 2,500 for the drogues and then 1,000 for the big ones. There we go. Two, and one, and there we go. We go down. Yeah, nice little vehicle. Nothing exceptional. Just cheap and functional and just, yeah, it works. And throwing the two extra little recoverable external boosters on the launcher just made it that much easier. And I recovered the stage, so yeah, the only stage I got destroyed in this whole thing was that last tank I just ditched. And even then, I probably could have parachuted that as well if I was ambitious enough. I might have been able to recover it. But at that point, just the price of the empty tank versus the price of the parachutes that I would have had to put on it, I don't think it was worth it. So, splash down. Everybody's safe. Everybody's fine. Recover. I said recover. Thank you, game. And then I'll relaunch basically the same thing, but with a cupola on top, just to carry 5 people instead of 4. And we do it again. Except now I have to be a bit more careful about my angle. So yeah, if we go right back to the VAB, because now I was wondering where Jeb was, because I need a pilot for this thing, but now that Valentina's back, it's going to be easy enough. Yeah, just load that thing up. I'll put the drogue chutes on the lander can here, make things a bit easier. Throw that away. Throw that on. That's it, really. Still have plenty of Delta V in there. But now it's just, I have to fly over a certain point. So, okay. Agabal, Titus, Magni, Shepgal. So, yeah, Valentina can sit in the cupola. And the tourists can go, okay. So it's these four. It's the last four here. Agabal, Titus, Magni, Shepgal. There we go. So it's these four. So let's go back to launch that. But now I just got to be a bit more careful about my gravity turn. I don't have to be exactly equatorial. I need to be a bit north. So I was launching at about 100 degrees angle. I was going at about 100 degrees attitude instead of, you know, straight east at 90. And honestly, that looked like it. Yeah, because it's over there on the other side of the planet. So I need to go a little bit north. Okay, so I was going a little bit south last time. I just need to go a little bit north this time. Because that's north, isn't it? Yeah, that's north over there. So if I stick my angle to about there, straight east at 70. It's one of my favorite launch methods, only surpassed by the never gravity turning method. Yeah, I hear you. It's nice and simple. It's not very fuel efficient, but it's simple. Especially for heavier ships. Especially for heavier ships, then, you know, gravity turning becomes very tricky. There we go. And then just slightly north, just like that. Keep this angle for a bit, gain a bit of height first. Because even, no, 50. Let's pull it a bit more east. Yeah, 75 degrees seems like it would be about right. Then I'm going to ditch that first stage and start really turning. There we go. And then now we turn. And I'm seeing the waypoint over there. I think this is not a bad angle at all. Might need to... I'm going to pull it actually a bit south. My angle seems like it might be a bit steep. There you go. This is not looking bad at all. Like, the waypoint is this thing here, is that blue, is that thing. So I'm basically headed straight at it. Sadly, our tourists don't look like anything exceptional. We don't have heroes in there. They're really just tourists. Okay, so now I just gotta add a maneuver. And not click out of the game, ideally. Okay. Okay, I needed my angle to be a bit steeper. I can still correct that, though. If I just, like, give it a bit of a normal burn here, I should be fine. I'm gonna do that. That's flying right above it. And even, I could even, like that, because I have to pass it. Yeah, I have to pass it while basically being suborbital. So, basically, I'm going to start burning retrograde at about here, and I should be fine. There we go. Turn this thing. Right there. 37 seconds. We're nice and lined up. That should be very, very, very smooth. And because we have to be suborbital at that point, come on. I got too many contracts open right now. There we go. Suborbital trajectory. So, I'll just go to splash down in the ocean over here, and that should be perfectly fine. I still need to be above 70 kilometers at this point, though. There you go. 77 kilometers. That is absolutely perfect. Then we warp to about here. Did forget about the rotation though, so just gonna kind of eyeball it a bit here. Like that. There we go. That should do. 77. Okay, so now I warp to here. That looks about right. Stick this thing to retrograde. Get back to suborbital. There we go. How much do you use RCS to tune your landing sites and such? It depends. It depends on where I am and what I'm trying to do and how precise I need to be. But I would say I mostly use RCS for docking maneuvers more than anything else. I will use it for fine-tuning sometimes. on landing sites. But more often than not, I've learned to refine my trajectories using main engines, because RCS fuel is at a premium. It's not something you usually have a ton of, so I try to make sure not to use too much of it. There we go. Don't need to add RCS thrusters and fuel for the okay, for the ship you're trying to design for me. Yeah, no, you don't need to bother with all that much RCS. I'm usually good enough to be able to fine tune it using the main engines. It's land in 2 biomes, so you have some room. Yeah, you're right. And even the other thing you can pretty much count on, if needed, when it comes to counting for your fuel here, is I have a space station in orbit. So even if I would need to refuel the ship, if I need to refuel the ship, I can do that. I'll just send a refueling mission to the space station, and then that lander that you're designing, I can refuel it between the 2 landings if needed. Okay, let's ditch that. Keep just the landing part. That's where re-entering atmosphere. It's probably going to be a landing this time rather than a splashdown, which I'm not super happy about, but we should be fine. So, yeah, we're probably going to land on that peninsula over here. There we go. We have plenty of parachutes though, so we should be still making a pretty safe landing. This is plenty of Delta V1s in orbit. Cool. If I could splash down in that little fjord here, that'd be great, but I think I'm gonna land before that. I just heard the main engine explode. Parachutes out. Here we go. Yeah, we're gonna land about there-ish. Smooth. Nope, forgot to put that on on this mode here. We're gonna land on a bit of a slope here, but it shouldn't be too bad. And to be honest, slopes are the main reason why I try to go for splashdowns if I can. Just to make sure it's a flat surface rather than a freaking hill I could roll down. Oh, DDD, by the way, the other limitation that I have here. My VAB is not maxed out. So the parts count has to be under 255. I'm still one upgrade away from having a max VAB. So that's a pretty big limitation for what you're trying to do right now. I just thought of that. There we go. Recover. So that's 2 contracts very quickly cleared. I've been going for 2 hours without a single break. I'm definitely starting to feel in need for some coffee here. I wasted a ton of time trying to design that communications array. I shouldn't even have bothered. So how much did we make here? That's the first contract, so 75 grand. Nice. That one is $250,000. Bam. Okay. That's 845K. I need another $500,000 to upgrade this thing. It's not that much money. Okay, let's have a look on... Because I have... Okay. I might just want to keep going with the ships I already have in space. Because this thing's going to make me 100. And this thing's going to make me another 40. And I've already got a ship in flight for that. Okay, we have ads on Twitch, so I'm gonna go and get some coffee. Alright. Coffee has been obtained. Ads are now done. So. Oh, I got another 32 from that too. Forgot about that. I need to redo that. I actually, there is the baobab tree quite close to the KSC, so I could probably do that easy. That one. Sentinel infrared thing. That's 130 grand. Okay, let's start designing something for this one, because I think this is going to be easy enough. And then these two. Yeah, these two I can make. These two would be enough to get me the R&D upgrade that I need. Just these two together. So once my rovers have made it there. Yeah, once my rovers have made it to the stations, I can just refuel them. I might need to send a refueling mission. But I could just send that to the surface, deploy the seismic stuff. Collected 0%. Do I need to transfer or do I need to bring it back? It doesn't tell me. Okay? There are more details here. Surface sample. Collected 0% of 50. Okay. Deployed is always transmitted. Okay. I have the transmitter. I have it on the, I have the deployable comms antenna on that ship as well. So, we're fine. So the 2 rovers, right now, all I gotta do, get them to the stations, refuel them, land, deploy the stuff, transmit that. So that's money basically ready. And that's what, 350k. Yeah, surface deployed seismic sensor. I have that. That ship is geared up. Because impacts. What do you need impacts? What do you mean impacts? Oh, I need to create seismic events? I mean, I could crash some stuff, I guess. Kinetic energy of the impactor divided by divided by energy values. I am not entirely sure what that means. Like I'm not an astrophysicist, so what is that? More massive the impactor, the more science. Okay. Oh, so you. Oh, right. How do I create impacts? By crashing things? Okay. So what you're telling me, basically, is I have to crash something very big, quite close to where the sensor is going to be deployed. That's my understanding right now. I mean, apart from the station itself, I don't really have anything big to crash. So I would have to deploy something fairly big to crash over there. I do have an idea, though. Because, okay, hear me out. I don't know how big, like, how much I need in terms of mass. Mass is in kg, speed is in meters per second, the energy in joule. Energy value specific to the celestial body. Because if, okay, let's go to the tracking station here, because I've been thinking about something here. What I could do, let's take the Moon Space Station here as a reference. Because here, what I'm seeing is mass and speed, but speed seems to be a pretty big factor. I've been wanting to get rid of these big fuel tanks here. So what I'm thinking is have a small payload with 2 kind of just like these the grabbing claws, like just a probe core on, EVA, put a probe core on, have it just ram into the moon. Even like the other thing, because What I'd like, I'm not sure if I want a single mass crash with both tanks at once, which I think would be better because it's more mass. And have like I'd have a probe core with 2 grabber units, the claws things, and like just a bit of RCS to be able to maneuver around. Just kind of, you know, claw onto one, decouple it, and then come back, claw the other one, and get both of them on the same. And then as long as I have a decent bit of fuel here, and I mean, I do have some fuel left in these tanks, I could just burn that to get speed and just crash that. As long as I'm timing it right as to when I decide to crash, I should be fine. Okay, we got a bit of design work to do here, and I'm starting to have ideas here. Because I'm probably gonna want that ship to be yeah, I'm probably gonna want that ship to be fairly big. Mostly because I'm also gonna want a fuel reserve on the I'm still gonna want a fuel reserve on the space station, so. And I had started to design a fuel reserve attachment. It's just, I was not done with it yet, but I think it's time to finish that design if I can help it. So, where is it? RSB docking module, RSS fuel reserve. So, I had started with just this as just, you know, RCS fuel reserve plus a big old fuel tank. Just dock this thing on. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an extra little attachment on top. Or, you know, somewhere. Probably on top. With another probe core and a couple of grabber units. The advanced grabbing units junior. Yeah, these would work. Or even the maybe not a junior, might need a bigger one. But still. So, I'd have something like, no, come on. So I'll just, you know, turn that around like that and throw, I'll throw another payload bay here. Another small service bay. Like that, and then open that up, and then throw a cube in there. Boom, because I'm already gonna want to have that fuel reserve on the and the extra docking ports on the station. So if I just add another extra bit here, I'll need some RCS. Something like this. Like, it would kind of be a bit of a... just some kind of RCS tug with two of these things on the side. Like that. And then you just, you know, grab the 2 big fuel tanks. There's still a bit of fuel in there. I could just use that fuel and then crash that whole thing down to the moon. Oh, it would be difficult to control, for sure. but it would be very cheap, and it would give me a lot of mass. And those two big tanks have, I'm pretty sure these are mainsails engines that I have on that, so speed I would get a lot if I have enough fuel. But it would be hard to control. That I agree. I am fairly confident in my Okay, here's another thing that I'm thinking of here. Alright. I'm gonna go on the I'm just gonna go on the launch pad right now because I want to check something. And lining them both right, I could mitigate that up to a point. Because rotor servos exist. So I might be able to correct the rotation a bit with rotor servos to line them up a bit better. No, what I want to see is this one. Let's just control from here and disarm, and that just goes in. So there's no rotation at all. Robotics are cracking bait. That's nowhere near enough robotics to really trigger a Kraken, I believe. I mean, that's, at that point, it's so little that it's a risk I'm willing to take. So grabbers can kind of free float while attached. Or the other thing I do is I try to throw some I mean, I could try to throw some Clampertron, maybe even like some juniors on that, like these. Yeah, these are big. These are the big ones. Something like that. That has a bit of rotation power into it. So I might be able to do it this way. And then for these, can I... This is a cargo part that can be placed inside inventories. So if I bring a couple of spares of those, and attach them to the big tanks, then we can line things up. That might legitimately be an easier way. So let's see here. Let's see here, because there might be a few things. So how about, because I'm gonna need, okay, let's figure things out. I'm gonna need some RCS thrusters here for sure. So let's just do that right away. Just there we go. That's done. Next. Good morning, JD. Thanks for the lurk. Today's been a bit weird. I've lost a lot of time designing a ship that didn't work. So this was not as productive as I was hoping it would be. But now we're coming along quite well. And we're obviously hatching some ridiculous plan. Okay, so this, I would be able to grab things. I need some inventory and maybe like a cargo bay, a cargo box or something. One of these. I'm probably gonna want to decouple. I might crash it. It is gonna mess my center of mass though, but still, I'll see what I can do with that. And now I want that, and then this in there. So 2 of these. No, I think that would be it, really. So now I could EVA attach these to the big tanks. Dock onto that. The second docking is really going to be the tricky one. But that's just piloting at this point. I can... And I got a decent amount of monopropellant fuel. I might just be able to pull this. It's worth a try, for sure. It's worth a try, for sure. I'm definitely going to need a bit of power, though. Electricity would be a bit of a concern here. But I could throw a Z1K there. And keep it mostly center mass. That shouldn't throw me off too much. Just the last thing I want with this little thing is to run out of power. Because then, at that point, I completely lose control. Everything goes wrong. Welcome back, Fricks. So with this thing... and that... another station part? Yeah, basically... It's the fuel reserve. Because the I don't know if you remember, the station core still has these 2 big old freaking engine that are obstructing a bunch of stuff. I want to get rid of them, and I found a way to get rid of them. Because King Diddy D in chat on Twitch did state, and you know, from the he grabbed the KSB thing, like a wiki article. Basically saying that the deployed seismic thing needs, it needs impacts on the surface of the planet to gather science. So I want to use the big fuel tanks as impacts for these seismometers, because the deployed seismometers are going to make me a lot of money if I can make them work. So I'm figuring out something to first replace these big tanks with this fuel reserve. Which is just, you know, it's a big Rokomax Jumbo and an RCS. And I could probably have even more than one if I need to. But now I need to... The big problem with these, having these impacts is I need to be able to have them crash down on either the moon or Minmus relatively accurately. Because the closer to the deployed science I crash them, the more science it generates. And like it's really just a mathematical formula of the bigger thing you crash faster closer to the seismometer, the more science it makes. So I need to be able to crash something very big, very fast, and very close to whatever is going to do the reading. So what I'm doing right now is I want this to be the fuel reserve, but I'm bringing in this little extra attachment here. And that little extra attachment has a probe core in there, bunch of RCS fuel. Even more importantly, a couple more docking ports in here. And then the point will be, I'm gonna EVA out, attach these to the big tanks, maneuver this thing to dock onto both tanks, one after the other. So move that, dock on one, decouple, and then move over, dock on the other one, decouple. So now I have both big tanks on this little thing. And then it's gonna be a matter of timing to crash it down at the right place. That's the gist. It's gonna be tricky as hell to pilot, but I think I can pull it off. The other thing
All the words in your head have been sucked out by the magnetism of my genius.
Yes, it is an absolute work of genius. It is the most genius of genius plans. I fully agree. I think the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a few of these thrusting blocks. Actually, no, I don't want these are the big ones. I just want the small ones. These are the 1X. These are, yeah, these are the big ones. Okay, so I want the small ones. So, there. So, yeah, if I bring like 8 of these, I can even attach some of the RCS. I can even attach some of the RCS thruster blocks to the big engines, make them a bit more maneuverable while I'm trying to dock on them. That could be a thing. Because I have a decent amount of RCS fuel here. I should be able to maneuver a decent bit with that. And the last thing I was thinking of, because the one thing I was bitching about before on the stations when I was trying to do EVA maneuvers was the lack of places for the Kerbals to grab onto when they're doing, you know, when they're attaching stuff. These little ladders, I want to bring a few of these as well as spare parts. I'll transfer them to the other inventory containers on the station, but if I could attach a few of these for my engineers to grab onto and, you know, be able to do EVA stuff. Add full stacks by holding Alt while placing. I've been playing this game for years and I didn't even know that. Really? Holy shit. Well, thank you, D&D. Thanks a lot. 3 stacks of these should be just fine. And you know what? Actually, having spare RCS blocks could also be very nice. Yeah, these are the big ones. Alright. Yeah. 3 stacks of ladders, 3 stacks of this, and a couple docking ports. I'll bring a spare docking port just in case. Maybe. Just finish filling up this thing. And I have enough... I think I have enough space on the other inventory containers on the base itself. At least on the Minmus one, I'll have enough for sure. Worst case, I'll throw it like the control, the cupola, the control pods and things still has some inventory space that are completely empty. Like, I'll be able to transfer some stuff at least. You know what? Could just put it down here. That would make it part of the station. Rather than being stupid about it. So that's good. This is gonna throw off my center of mass a bit when it comes to maneuvering this thing, because that's a heavy thing to dock. So let's just make sure that it did raise it up a bit, but that's actually good. Lines it up a bit better with my thruster blocks here. So no more things to correct. That very much looks like something yeah. Might be time to launch this thing. This is gonna need a hefty launcher. Luckily, I do have a hefty launcher on hand. This is what I used to launch the space station core, which is heavier than this. Default re-entry heating. What do you mean, DDD? This is not gonna go into. If anything, the heat shield should be on top right now. I might put a shroud over this thing. For coming from Minmus. Oh, for the ship you're designing. Yeah, default re-entry. I mean, you could put. Actually, no, because it's pretty big. Because it has to contain a lot of people. I ideally like a heat shield if you can fit it. And as I said before, like even if it's one of those big inflatable ones, I've got the science to afford it. That's not going to be a problem. So, there we go. That's kind of 10K Delta V. That's, yeah, this giant friggin' engine. Obviously. Went for the 2.5 meter heat shield. Yeah, totally fine. I've got these unlocked already. So, if I throw that onto here, right there. That's an expensive freaking launch, though. Oh, my staging's off. Staging's way off. Pricey for not directly completing a contract. Yeah, but it is a pretty substantial upgrade to my space station if I do that. So it's not just the contract, it's also And this launcher's, like, I'm seeing the amount of Delta V. This launcher is definitely overkill. But I kind of need it to be because I need the fuel. I need this tank to be basically as full as I can keep it to dock on the station. Okay, I'm going to save that and I'm kind of going to let that one brew for a bit. I do like the ideas I have for this. It's just, it's a bit pricey right now. Like, I am gonna get that money eventually, just by the virtue of patents licensing. Because both my stations are generating science hand over fist. So you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? I've been designing and launching stuff all morning. Let's take care of the stuff we already have in space. That should be something. That should help. Yeah, let's take care of the stuff we already have in space. That's gonna be a nice little change of pace, and then it's gonna let my brain kind of brew on this. This is the next thing that has the maneuver, isn't it? Yes, it is. So, this is my work of genius. That, my big old sky crane. That one is going to Minmus. I already had one going to the moon. Launched that one yesterday to finish the stream. This one's going to Minmus. And it is due to burn quite soon. Yeah, that's the that is the attitude correction burn. So mostly because I need this thing to fly right above Minmus's North Pole to get a decent encounter with the station. We are looking at a 12-second burn here. Maybe a bit more, because I shut down 2 of the engines. So I'll probably burn a bit in advance here. No, it's still 10 seconds or so. So I'll wait a bit here, because... Hey, you know what? I can burn that in advance, I think. Might even legitimately save me a bit of fuel. That's a problem. I'm not getting an encounter. So that node was wrong. Nope. Oh, I'm getting a moon encounter. That's why. Okay. No, I don't want the freaking moon encounter. There's a min-miss encounter. There. That way? No, that way. Yes. And then slow down a bit more. Yeah. Not ideal for an angle, but I'm coming in at such a high orbit that correcting the angle should not be that difficult. Alright. Not that. Why? Maneuver node, please cooperate. There we go. So let's just time warp forward to it. Here we go. And there we go. Okay. That looks about right. Target selection. Station. Min-miss space station. There we go. Descending node basically directly on Periapps, which is absolutely perfect. So then I just turn this thing. Oh, that's a hefty turn. Try to kind of combine both maneuvers here. Get at least some of my braking done. Ah, okay. I overshot it. That's 1 degree. Bit more. 0.7. Okay. That should be most of the angle. Yeah, that should be most of the angle corrected, and then I'll just, you know, point this thing a retrograde and brake. So that'll do. And then I got my other rover, who's going to be due for a maneuver in a couple days. I also probably am due for... I'm probably due to check on the science labs. Due for a restart? Yeah, I've almost been going for 3 hours. On the next time an ad break triggers on Twitch, I'll do a game restart. Okay, this is... Okay, in 2 days, we're actually getting our closest encounter here. With the station, so that's gonna be... Next step is gonna be a docking maneuver here. I actually have 2 docking maneuvers coming up quite close to each other. That's gonna be something. Okay, while we wait for the... While we wait for the ad break to appear so that I can restart the game, I'm gonna go have a look here at my science labs, make sure they're nice and filled up with science and data. I'm gonna move that over. No, not you. Let's just do a review store data and then move that over and then open up the lab and then move that over. Pin that. I need, what, about 30 science-ish? This thing is, okay, that's useless. That's 22. Boom, get in there. And then keep everything else. That's useless. That wasn't useless. I should not have dumped that. Oh well. This is fine. Okay. So lab is nice and full. Focus on Minmus. Zoom in. Grab this thing. It's not letting me. It is not letting me switch. Okay. Guess we'll go through tracking station then. Minmus space station. That's the one. Boom. So I want to have a look at the lab for that one too. So yeah, Fricks, it's basically these big tanks I want to attach docking ports to and crash onto the surface at very high velocity to create seismometer readings. That's gonna be fun. Alright, poof. In terms of data, we're looking pretty good. We do have a good amount of science accumulated in here. We could transfer that home. Let's transmit that home. But we still have 729 data in there. So this thing is running just fine. Yep, got a bit of money for that. 70 science. That's not horrible. And yeah, the fuel reserve idea I was working on is mostly for this station. Because Minmus is going to be my gateway to going further out. So I'm going to have to be pretty extensive in how I build this thing. This is why the fuel reserve also has a bunch of extra docking ports on it, because if I dock onto this thing, I have the spare parts module, which is kind of a tube with extra docking ports as well that I'm going to throw on here. So I'll be able to kind of build this up a decent amount. But I still need, yeah, still need a fuel reserve that is better than just this. I just don't want to waste that fuel. So at least not until I have a mining operation down on Minmus. If I can get a decent mining operation down on Minmus, fuel making facilities and things, then at that point it's not going to be a problem. But until then, I kind of have to be careful with this. All right. Okay, this is coming along decently. Let's switch back to this. I'm going to start time warping forward a bit to past these 2 days. And I'm keeping an eye out for the next ad break on Twitch so we could do a game restart. Because, yeah, the loading times are starting to get slower, so memory leak is real. So, there we go. Station is catching up to us nice and fast. So next orbit really is when, yeah, next orbit really is when the station's gonna have caught up to us. So we keep going like this, keeping a very close eye on it. Getting there. Very much getting there. I'm gonna cancel this maneuver. I just had the maneuver node just to gauge the encounter window here. So 78 kilometers away, but at a very, very, very low relative speed. So let's switch this thing to target mode and get ourselves closer. Let's get ourselves closer. Come on, throat. Cooperate here. Prograde is over there. So what I want to do is boost slowly this way to kind of pull my prograde closer to the target. So, just like that. See, separation is coming down. So, relative speed's slightly going up, but right now that is totally manageable. And as long as that separation number is going down, then I'm gonna keep boosting this way. And now we can see target prograde is getting a lot closer to our actual target. So I'm just gonna line up about there just to keep pulling it. That's a 2-kilometer encounter. So I'm gonna drop a save right here because I don't want my game to crash again. That game crash from yesterday did cause a lot of problems, but by the way. I had to reinstall and update a bunch of stuff to make it work again, because otherwise parts were disappearing from ships that were in space. So let's warp 23 minutes forward here. Ah, it's above me. All right. Yeah, it's there. It's right there. 36 kilometers away. Should probably boost just a bit more. That's 1 kilometer. That's half a kilometer. And then we're going to turn this thing around. Because now I want to maneuver while slowing down rather than speeding up in relative speed. So I'm going to go to about there. Slow burn here. There we go. 0.2. 0.2. And we're going straight at it. So we could drop another quick save here, and we're going to time warp forward. Keep an eye on the distance. Five kilometers, coming along quite nicely. Gotta be careful about the physics range here at, what, 2.2, I think. Right there, it spawned in, so the physics range is about, what, 200 meters or so. But now we can see we're gonna fly by it at this rate, so time to slow down. There we go. Go 5 meters per second relative speed. Ad brake still isn't there. So after this docking, ad brake or no, I'm restarting. Rocket is ready. Single test. Just on the equator. 3000 delta V. Okay. That would work. That should be plenty. That was on mid-miss, right? Yeah, with mid-miss gravity, 3000 delta V is plenty. So we are now approaching quite nicely and gingerly. Have as if the contract is still there. I'll go back to the Space Center and kind of lock in the contract before I restart the game. Okay. Where's my docking port? There-ish. $146 parts and 167K. Yeah, that should be profitable. That should be very profitable, actually, if the contracts are still there. I am having trouble Let's park ourselves right by this thing. Where is my docking port? There it is. It's there. That's my target. There we go. Okay. And the angle is a bit wonky right now. So what I'm going to do here, we're going to go to RCS. Just going to really completely stop myself. I'm going to switch to here. I don't want to go to docking mode. I just want a bit of rotation. Just like that. There. That should do. Back to target. Now it's going to be a matter of finding the right rotation, which I believe was just about here-ish. Luckily, I could switch back to target. So this thing is currently pointing at 9 degrees. There's the ad break. Okay, time for a restart. Be right back. Okay, the ad break is over. The game is currently restarting. It's still loading all of the mods right now. It's gonna take a minute, but it's kind of worth spending the time so that it doesn't crash. Here we go, loading in. Adblock sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it happens. This is fine. We're just loading back in right now. And I'm gonna very, very quickly switch back over to the car because we're very much in a docking maneuver right now. There we go. I'm actually gonna switch the target, and I'm gonna point this thing there-ish. Okay. So right now the front is pointing straight north, which means this is pointing straight east, which means my thing, which means my my crane should be pointing straight west. That doesn't seem to be working at all. Cool. We'll just eyeball it at this point. I like using point to target. Control from docking nodes. I mean, I could. I don't. It does feel fiddly sometimes, but it does have its use, so I'll grant you that. Like that. Actually, kind of want it. No, not that way. Where's my door? It's there. So spin this thing here. Just like that. There we go. I don't like using that method most of the time because it burns a ton of RCS just to spin the thing. Now that looks, yeah, now that looks about right. So let's just slowly dock that in. Yep, looking good. There we go. All done. Cool. Now I wanted to have... I still have a bit of debris flying over there. Yeah. So that's done. Crane is now in place. The other thing I didn't really count on is the fact that if I want to refuel this thing, I'm going to empty the big tanks. But now I don't want to ditch the big tanks if I want to crash them. If that's really the way I go. But I'm going to need some fuel for these to crash them. So launching a fuel reserve is going to have to happen at some point. The tiny amount in there should be plenty, but the problem is I need to refuel these too. I need to refuel this thing if I want to land it somewhere to deploy the seismometer. So overall, I don't have enough fuel in this whole thing to land both this and crash that. Anyway, that's going to be a thought for another day, I think. Right now, it's here. That's really what matters for me. Everything's working quite nicely. Everything looks very stable. Like, I was able to spin that station and this didn't flop around at all, so the cabling job I did down here worked very well. So I'm very happy about that. And we still have Billy Bobford in here, the friggin' champion. Look at him. Happiness all around. I'm also very happy I didn't bump into that magnometer. Or the solar panels. That could have gone a bit wrong. Yeah, I'm going back to the... Yeah. I didn't even think... I just restarted. Let's hope the contract is still there. Should be. Because it's part of the contract pack, I think, that I installed. You're not letting Twitch destroy YouTube. What are you talking about, Slav? Billy Bobford all day. Yes. Now what's happening? We just docked the Sky Crane and the car to the moon station. That was the docking maneuver that was due. And in the available contract, we had a mass tourism one. That one, Mid-Mrs. Slope, 11 tourists. So that was the one, well, there was that one and there was another one for 12. The one for 12 seems to be kind of gone. It's still basically $750,000 if we count the advance. Still worth. I could profit from that. Even if I have to kind of Worst case, I'll strip down your design a bit, make it a bit lighter. Rate of flats. Ah, that one. 4 tourists. 4 tourists and a pilot. Greater flats. Landed. That's another $500,000. And from what you've told me that you've designed, Diddy, we should be absolutely able to handle that. So, let's throw that in. Finish construction of a rover. What the hell? What is that? Also, I have to land close to a rover that's already on the moon and kind of repair it and things. Okay, so it's a repair mission. Yeah, it's a repair mission. That's worth a lot. That is worth a lot of money. I have a sky crane. I could land it close to that with an engineer. That's a lot of money. And I'm already most of the way there. I would have to refuel. I would have to refuel, but other than that, yeah, screw it. I'm taking this. Twitch DM the Steam Workshop link. Okay, very nice. I'm not gonna do it today because I don't intend to be streaming for that much longer. But I will probably, you know, I'll do that off stream and make sure everything is stable and that the thing, you know, that my game stays stable while I have the thing loaded in. And probably do a test flight or two as well, just to, because flying a ship that I haven't designed is not something I do very often in this game, so gotta get my grips with my controls on that one. By the way, did I need to unlock any research for that ship you designed? Like aerodynamics or something? Fan shrouds, wings, nah. Like, unless you used a big old canard like that one, or air brakes. I don't think so. So, I think research-wise we're fine. Big aeroplane tail fin. Wasn't critical. Okay, well, so advanced aerodynamics, what that would be? Or the supersonic flight? Which one is it? Because that big tail fin can help a decent amount here. The one above, supersonic flight. Okay. I don't see the tail fin for that. Heavy? Maybe? Cargo ramp. Ah, above in science and mount. Makes sense. Yeah, heavy aerodynamics. There it is. There it is. It's in here. I don't see it in here. That's weird. What the hell? Anyways. Oh, that one. Okay, I was thinking of more like a tail. what was it? The I was thinking more like a tail end, but yeah, big old control fin, that one. You could probably replace that with, like if you really need that to have like some form of control surfaces. It's not gonna steer anywhere near as much, but you could replace that with Delta Deluxes. Would save a bit of weight, still have some control surfaces. Maybe. As long as I don't gravity turn too soon, should be fine. Okay. Yeah, mainsails have a decent amount of gimbal, so... And, as I said before, I'll definitely run a couple test flights of that off-stream, just to get to grips with the controls of it. But after that, I should be fine. Now, I wanted to have a look at this thing. Because I can absolutely land down there with an engineer and go repair that. I got the Sky Crane, so... And that was a lot of money. That was a shitload of money. Whoa. What's hidden in the textures here? The advance payment for coming to fix that rover was about $250,000. Something like a bit under 200K. Like it was pretty hefty. This thing is very well hidden, and there's a lot of this is very rocky terrain. But if I land like there, like that little patch here, looks like a nice little landing spot. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to expend all of the fuel I have left in the big tanks to refuel the crane. And then land the crane there. And then just bring our engineer over and fix the thing. Because, yeah, let's have a look here. Because it's going to be at the very bottom. It's the last contract I took. Pretty flats. Where is it? Eve. That one. Move unfinished rover. What? Move the rover? Oh, so I gotta move it. It's not just... I thought it said repair, not move. Oh, so I'm gonna have to pull the thing. Or... find a way to recharge it. Because right now the problem is, it's got no electricity. Alright. Alright. If I could still land close, I could still cook with that. EVA put a solar panels, yeah. Needs repair packs. I have those on the crane. Or maybe just transfer a battery. Yeah, that's the other thing I'm thinking of. So, all right. Let's go back to tracking station. I'm gonna go back to the the space station, figure out exactly what I have, but I'm pretty sure I could still pull that mission. I could still pull that mission as long as I can give some power to that rover. Then we're golden. I can move the thing. So, moon station. That's the one. Boom. So I have this here. Let's have a look at what I have in here. EVA fuel, okay. That's mostly snacks and things. I got more EVA fuel in there. Okay. That's fine. I could just stick a battery on it. Or a solar panel. I should have brought extra solar panels, like EVA solar panel things. But, like, I could absolutely spare one of these. Or a battery of some kind. Do I have like... One of these, maybe? Maybe one of these. They're quite hefty, but it could work. Or some of these small ones. They're very heavy, but I could probably, theoretically, just EVA, transfer them to the transfer one of them to, let's say here, the piloting cabin here. Throw that on there. Land the thing. Or just grab one of the ones from the friggin' rover itself. Because, like, I could just land with the car, transfer, like, that battery onto the other rover, drive it away, then take back the battery, put it back on my car, and then just fly home. Like, a Z400 is more than enough. So I don't even need to detach anything from the station. I could just use that. Just that battery is going to be plenty. Alright. Alright. Yeah, we can work with this. We can absolutely work with this. I should shut down these engines before I do something stupid. And kind of, I don't know, hit shift by mistake. That's a thing I've never done before. We need to refuel this thing. So. And this is never going to fire up again, ideally. At least not until it's detached. So. I don't really care about keeping the fuel balanced on the station itself. So let's do this. And 3 and 4. And then I take this tank. And I say out and out. So we'll just transfer all of that. Because even on the engines that are not burning, it still burns the other still burns the other tanks. Like, I'm running on only 2 engines right now, but it still burns the other tanks because I have the fuel lines here going both ways. We have an ad break on Twitch. I'm just gonna finish throwing some fuel on this thing. There we go. So I have mostly refueled this thing. There's still some, because it's 2 smaller tanks here that are kind of stacked up, plus a couple of adapters. So I've taken about half the fuel that was left on the station to put it on the crane. And now these still partly full, these mostly full on every 4. So that should be plenty. In here, I'm gonna look at this lander can here. I'm gonna want Monitor to transfer to the crane. Now I'm debating on if I'm sending Billy Bobford with him or not, because I do have a probe core in this thing. It would level up Billy Bobford though, so let's do it, just so he gets another level. He's only level 1 right now. So let's transfer him in there. Okay. So now we got Billy Bobford and Monitor, our engineer, in this crane. I also wanted to have a look at my monopropellant reserves. Yeah, we got a ton. Yeah, we barely used any for this docking maneuver, so we're still good. Now it's going to be a matter of timing our descent, because it says to bring this thing over there. It's on the night side of the moon though right now. I am having trouble. So it's kind of south, I guess. Can I focus on the frickin' moon? There we go. It's basically directly south for, I don't know, a few hundred meters, maybe a kilometer. Okay, what is directly south of us? Like, what's the terrain like? How much Is it that landing spot that I saw before? It might be. So this thing is looking east right now. So south is that way. So I have to kind of climb that hill. I want to climb that hill if I can. With these tiny wheels, it's not going to be an easy feat. Those rocks, I believe, are mostly... I think they're just texture. I don't think there's really any collision to them. But it's still a fairly steep hill, I should say. The other option that I have, that I should still very much consider, the other option that I have here would be to attach a winch to the car and just pull this thing. I could just attach a winch to the car and a hook to either the front or the back of this car and just pull it. Or even a resource transfer cable thing. So I could recharge the internal battery using the solar panels on the car without even having to transfer anything. That's definitely an option. But yeah, we have to go... Yeah, we have to go south. Yeah, basically directly south. Which, from what I'm seeing, is that way. So... looks like it might be there-ish. Like, I don't know how far I have to go, though. Might be here. Okay. So, let us go back to our... space station here. I have extra parts. I have extra things I can bring. Like a cable to pull the thing. Or a resource transfer thing to just recharge the internal battery on the So if I throw, like, just split one, there we go. I'm gonna take that one, and put it into... Oh, that's not gonna work, isn't it? Eh. Can I do Modern Infantry? There we go. I got some cables already. I could just use that. Ideally, I'd kind of like to have the, Here's what I could do. I could grab one of those. And that. Leave that in there. Once we're landed, just install the thing on the car. Install that on the car. Install that on the rover we're rescuing. Deploy the solar panels on the car. Recharge the rover that way. And then move it. And if we run out of juice to move it, recharge it again. That's about as good as I'm gonna get, I think. But I am not gonna undock now. I'm gonna wait for this to basically... No, I'm gonna want to go into low moon orbit here. It's a fairly low moon orbit, and then wait that I'm mostly lined up with it, with the moon's rotation, and then land close to it. Yeah, I think that's the way. So, I think we have everything we need. I honestly think we already have everything we need for this. So, I'm gonna take control from here. There we go. Undock. Go. Talking mode on. Just tiny puffs of RCS to get us away. RCS off. RCS on. Retrograde. So, there we go. Yeah, we're just far enough away to not bump into anything. And now we're just going to lower our orbit quite a bit. I'm going to go very low throttle here. I don't know why I don't have the fuel indication here. I don't have the fuel gauge on here anymore, which is inconvenient, but I can still use that one. This is fine. Okay. So we're gonna go down to like 20 kilometers, 25. Should be just fine. So I can actually boost a decent amount now, because I made some distance between me and the station, so I just didn't want to catch the station in my exhaust. There we go, 20k. And then up here, throw maneuver right there to slow ourselves right down. Yeah, there we go. That's low enough. That's low enough. And that's 156 meters per second. We had about 2,000 in the tank. So, plenty. And I can actually target this thing. Mark it nice and bright here on the on the thing. My sending node is currently 49 degrees, but the moon's rotation is going to compensate for that. And especially, I don't know which way the moon is going. Like, I don't know which way it's rotating. I think it's that way. So, it's going to be coming closer to here, I think. But, world first. What is that? Crew transfer near the moon. That gave me 20 grand. Damn. Okay. I'll take it. So. There you go. Just slowed myself down. Just time warp over there. Oh, I think I've got another maneuver coming up. I do have another maneuver coming up. So I'm going to have to go take care of that first. But this maneuver's there. It's planned already. I got the alarm for it. So this should be fine. Because the problem is, like, I don't know how fast the moon rotates compared to me getting to that low orbit. So I'm not sure when I'm going to be lined up. I'd rather line up from a lower orbit so I have a bit less variation going on. Oh, that's right. Oh, it's a docking maneuver thing. No. It's not. This was a maneuver that I just put there as to, hey, you gotta start paying attention, because... Okay. I should do a bit of retrograde here. A bit too much. That was way too much. Let's just... Yep, nope. Revert that. Nothing. 0. Yep. Am I lower or higher than it? I'm higher than it right now. So I should be going a bit down, but not a ton. I want my freaking maneuver node. Stop. Okay, I guess not. Give me a maneuver node. No, not there. Game is being very fiddly right now. I don't like it. One tiny bit of retrograde here. Okay, this is increasing distance. Whoa, too much. Nine kilometer separation at basically the same speed. Okay. That's the maneuver. That's what we're doing. Cool. And then I'm putting a periapsis alarm. I'm putting an alarm on our next periapsis, so that way, that's going to be the docking time. I'll have periapsis minus like 10 minutes, and that should be plenty. Tiny amounts. There we go. That's enough. Good. This, create alarm, link to vessel, time to alarm. This, periapsis, 10 minutes, margin. Boom. Done. We have been going for 4 hours. Which is just about the time I usually go for. I do want to do that crane maneuver first. I might try the landing as a kind of a finishing flair for this. Yep, stretching. Good idea. Thank you, DDD. Yep, I have been neglecting that today. Thanks for reminding me. I'm gonna want to point this thing retrograde. Or up here. Moon is rotating the other way, so I was wrong. It's going that way. So we're going to end up landing like there-ish. Which is going to be on... It's actually kind of lined up with the sunrise here. So I'm going to have decent light for this landing, which is great. That is going to help a lot. All right. 20-second burn. That is pretty significant. Five, 4, 3, 2, and a 1, and a go. $35 is enough. Yeah. That gives me... Now I can line up fairly easily with this. Now my dilemma here says, wait, time to relative ascending node a day and 4 hours. Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna put a timer to, let's say, a day and 3 hours for this ship, which incidentally I'm gonna rename. Oh, that's the rescue mission. That's the rescue landing. We're flying right above the rescue landing we did a few streams ago. That's nice. Okay. I'm having a thought. We were talking about seismic things, seismic impacts. That rescue mission fuel tank that's down there, that still has fuel in it. I might be able to use that. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that would work. Okay. That's another thing to keep in mind. Okay, that's the Minmus car now. Boom. Yeah, that thing, I hid it because basically I didn't think I'd ever use that again. But because I think I marked it as a, yeah, I marked it as a this rescue refueler. Let's switch over to it. Let's see how much fuel I still have in there. It's not a lot. It might be nothing. It might be nothing at all. But theoretically, I could land and potentially refuel it. Yeah, it's completely empty. All right. It's completely empty. So, but that is still something I could use. If I can refuel this thing, That was a tricky landing, by the way. That slope was a nightmare. There's still something to do with this. Hell, I could even come and grab the freaking batteries off this thing. Oh, it is a massive nope slope. And worst part is that I landed that as a rescue mission because I had my first landing over there where the flag is. But then realized I didn't have enough fuel to get home. So I just kind of hopped the lander up on top of this mountain. It was over there. And then landed this thing here to refuel it using the hose that's still hanging out. So that they could fly home. But this thing is still there, but it has no fuel at all. But if I could... That's definitely something we could crash for seismometers. If I could get some fuel back into it. It could also be potentially used as a charging station of some kind. Yeah, it's definitely easier to get a new vessel. If it had fuel left in it, I would have used it as is. One thing I might do though, eventually, it's definitely not for today. But if I can get, this is not going to be priority number one, but eventually I might want to try to get a mining operation going here on the moon to make fuel out of ore. And at that point, I might try to send something to refuel this boy. And can transfer him over closer to where the mining base is going to be. And just leave it there as a fuel reserve, really. But for now, this thing is... because it's empty, for now this thing is completely useless. Sadly. Still, we did make a decent amount of progress today. This car is going to be... yeah, that mission. I'm going to go back to the Space Center. I'm going to have another look at that contract. But I do remember it being like a pretty solid amount of money. It was several $100,000. Active. Surface sample. That one. Yeah. I had 192K in advance, and it's 700K in completion. Just for landing a car and recharging a rover and driving it a bit. So, considering I have all the tools already in orbit of the moon, it would have been stupid not to take this. And I got 3 years to clear it. It's gonna take me a couple days. It's gonna take me a few days just for everything to line up. But that's a yeah. By itself, that might be enough money to get me the R&D upgrade. And if not that, then your ship DDD is gonna be
should be fine to clear out these two, which should give me north of 1 million. Okay, we have an ad break, so I'm gonna wait that one out. And while we wait for the ad break, I'm gonna have a look at who of my friends is currently streaming, because I think we're gonna. This is a good moment to wrap it up and kind of. This is a good moment to wrap it up and raid somebody, because I have a few things I want to clear. I have a few things I need to do at home here today, so I don't wanna be streaming for too long. A lot of stuff happened today. That was a good, productive stream. I'm happy about that. Like getting the car all the way to the station, getting it ready for a landing already. Like that crane, which I'm extremely proud of, is already paying off. It's gonna give me a buttload of money, just if I can land it in the right spot. There we go. Ad breaks. Oh, ads are done. So, for those who are viewing ads right now, I think it's enough for today. I'm gonna start wrapping it up. I'm looking around to see who among my friends is streaming. We're gonna raid somebody, and then we're just gonna wrap it up for today. Tomorrow I'm probably gonna go back to Darkest Dungeon. Or I might start a new game. A third game. I might add in a third game to the rotation. I've been considering that, just to have a bit more variety. I don't want to go above 3 games though, just because I still need to feel I have some progress going on. I might go back to this too, because this has been very good, and I'm kind of excited about the crane landing. But for now, oh, Multi-Direct is streaming Darkest Dungeon again. Okay, let's go raid him. That should do nicely. Let me make sure. Multi-Direct 1, there we go, is streaming Darkest Dungeon right now. He is in the process of learning the game, so it's pretty cool to see him just have fun with it. So we're gonna raid him and wrap it up for the day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everybody, and have a good day.